How are all of you doing, by the way, as we're waiting for the technical stuff to do its things? How has the first warm day of YAGA been so far? Man, it's like, it's raining, it's shit, it's hot, it's shit. Oh man, sorry, I misheard you. No, I did this. Yeah. Yeah. I can feel it. The lake is waiting for you, I think, yeah, as well. Yeah. The lake is calling. Man, that could also be a musical, you know? Like, imagine there's a group of 20 people in a festival, and it's really hot, and they want to go to the lake, but they get stopped every 10 minutes by some happening. Okay, I'm live. Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm Carlos, aka Negan. In the past 24 hours, I've slept 0 hours, and this is my 12th coffee of the day. But we're not talking about that today. We're talking about YAGA Artist Talks. And now we have a lot of artists, honestly, but three main groups. We have Reviewsnik or Arturas Bumsteinas there. We have Rainbow Musical, the whole crew. Woo! And we have Clay Woman. Oh shit, that's coffee. Right over there. And as yesterday, today our main topic is why, what, where, and how so YAGA, you know? Why do we do art in festivals? And why specifically this art that all of you are producing is fit for YAGA, or maybe why is YAGA fit for your art? You know, let's spin it like that. And there's a ton of you today, so I'm just gonna go kind of artist by artist and poke your head around a bit and see why and what and where and how so. Okay, first I'm gonna start counterclockwise. We have Reviewsnik, or I'm hopefully pronouncing that right. Is it right?
You're not going to be refused.
I guess I was right. Reviewsnik, aka Arturas Bumsteinas. And did you play yesterday or are you playing today? I can't remember.
Yesterday at 11.
Okay.
Right.
And for the know-hows of YAGA, you could have found Arturas in the Chill Stage or Pine Grove. And I mean,
Is it Pine Grove or Pine Grove?
I actually don't know myself. That's a good question. That's for the OG YAGA nerds. But as you all know, Pine Grove is a bit of an experimental stage with Nereus and a minimal crew heading the stage and steering it to interesting directions each year. And Arturo, could you present what were you doing yesterday? What was your performance, or rather musical performance, about?
First, I was asked to play with my partner Gayle, but it appeared that she has to be in Ake, Aleknaichi today.
Yeah.
So then I thought I will invite Chan from Switzerland, my friend who plays keyboards. And he's right now in Turkey, and he got into a car accident. Nothing happened to him. He's okay, but he crashed his car, so he couldn't come. And just 2 days ago, I was in CAC Cafe, and I met my friend Gadas Stepanovich, so we decided that he will join me on stage. Because what I was doing was... I decided what I want to play is what I would like to hear in YAGA. I was always dreaming about stumbling into a DJ set where my favorite minimal techno album is playing, which is Plastic Man's Concept 1. I didn't have absolutely any intentions of experimentation or saying something new or doing something avant-garde or experimental, whatever. How do you define it anyway? Because you mentioned a stage where experiments happen or something like this. So immediately it triggered me. Well, what do you mean by experimental? So I didn't play experimental music. I played like a traditional classical music. But what I did is original album into 45 minutes.
Okay.
That's a method.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe an experiment as well. But it didn't. It proved me one thing, that if you take one minimal structure, it is, say, orderly, and then if you put two orderly structures on one on the top of another, they somehow don't create the opposite of itself. They, I think, they stay being minimal. It's just that they are multiplied. So maybe the experiment was in trying to see this limit where the structure becomes oversaturated, at which point it stops being itself. But so I think 4 tracks playing simultaneously in different tempos, different speeds. I think going further than 4, you go into this territory of accumulation of chance and randomness, and entropic situation.
Okay, but this touches an interesting theme, you know, along all of the kind of like I guess like play with composition or pre-made composition and kind of like I would say collaging. You mentioned an interesting thing. What's normal music for a festival? Is because like this is an interesting topic. I think a lot of us kind of, when we talk about festivals, we have something in mind and a certain expectation, but that's the interesting thing. Where does this expectation come from? What do you think? Why do festivals kind of sound, or maybe why do we imagine festivals sounding like they do?
But this is a question of identity, that every, how to call it, idea, if you want to realize it, you can narrow it down towards, and I call it icon.
Yeah.
Some kind of iconic level. On the iconic level, you can make some kind of 2D drawing, or maybe it says just one sound that could define what is YAGA. So yeah, I mentioned what is this sound for me.
Yeah.
So this is maybe from my perspective is normal, but it's everybody will have a different answer to this question. So there is some kind of iconicity. I can grasp it, I think, but don't really want to define it, because it will become a little bit boring. Like pigeonhole it, and then it sticks with you. So I would rather not do it.
Yeah. But yeah, that's also kind of that it's kind of stuck in limbo of evolution, the evolutionary process of an icon kind of stops once you define it. But icons, that's also like a thing that's kind of very kind of prevalent in YAGA. We have all this kind of iconography, and I think that whole festival is kind of revolving around this whole big kind of overarching idea, both in the musical curation and the artistic curation. And we're kind of like, throughout these processes, we're kind of like building some sort of image. And what do you think? How did you contribute to that image of building a YAGA?
I really don't think that YAGA is about music. Maybe it was.
Really?
Yes, because music became, I have a feeling it became like an accessory.
Right.
When I didn't attend the festival like many years ago, so I don't know what was the roots and how it all started. There's a lot of sound, but I don't think that the sound is something that people are attracted towards. Maybe earlier, like 5 years ago, I remember you enter the festival and there is a big stage and there is immediately a sonic event. And you get sucked into it right away. And maybe I even like more when it's so all scattered and ambient and you just wander around, and it's not really like you come to hear a particular sound system or some artist. It's all, it could be even in the future it doesn't have a theme, maybe it doesn't announce the lineup, some things just happen, like totally accidentally, randomly you stumble upon something interesting. And I have a feeling this year that it's maybe a little bit like that. It's very, how to call it, scattered.
Right.
And yeah, what was the question?
I can maybe extend the question. So, what is YAGA about then? If it's because like we come to a festival, we also have a certain kind of expectations that we're gonna go to a music festival, but then it's kind of all over the place, right? It's kind of like a harbinger of the death of music, when music stops being music and becomes just events and sound.
It's more like 100 years ago, maybe even maybe end of 19th century, composer Eric Satie created a piece called the furniture music.
Right.
And he was mad when people were listening to it. He was running around and shouting on people, telling them not to listen, don't listen, eat or talk, do whatever you're doing, just don't listen.
Don't listen to the music.
Yeah. So this kind of ambient approach, that music is just a it's an element of an environment, okay, and you don't emphasize this act of listening. It's not a concert. It's more environment. So for me, YAGA is about this kind of hanging around and being comfortable in many different places. There's no sweet spot here. It's no the one point where you have to be. It's all over the place. So it's perfect in this sense. And thanks a lot for inviting me. Ačiū.
Thank you. So YAGA has no censor in a sense. Okay, and moving on. The next big group of participants sitting right over here. Holy shit, there's a lot of you. We have Rainbow Musical. So, as I did before, I'm gonna start with the same question. Why are you in YAGA, and what are you bringing to this festival? Or what does this festival bring to this actually pretty well-developed, rehearsed, kind of intriguing piece of art? Why does it exist in this festival like today? There's a lot of you. I don't know who to pass the mic to. Would you like? Okay.
I think we all are very adventurous people, and YAGA is truly an adventure. So yeah, we are very willing to try new things and explore ourselves in different contexts. And I guess what we'll bring here is some powerful queerness. That's the point. Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean about the Rainbow Musical. Each time we perform, it's different. Right. And this performance we have for YAGA, we even remade some of the soundtracks for the same songs. So you will hear the YAGA version that hasn't been heard before. Yeah, I think the powerful queerness is the vibe we bring. I think it's also the power of community and creation, collective creative process that I think is really important for humans in general, to create together, to share experiences, because what we create and for the musical, the songs, we wrote them together as well, and they're based on people's actual experiences. Very different ones too, but some of them I feel like it has turn into a certain collective consciousness, like where you're listening to the words and you can relate, even though it's not maybe your personal story. So I think the story is very powerful. But also you will hear the music is powerful too, and the dance, and each time it's different, not only because of us, but also because of the audience, the people around, the environment. So we don't know yet how it's going to be, and that's also very exciting, I think.
Maybe I can add that it's also a way for us to learn, because like we are coming from a non-professional background in performing arts and stuff, and by performing every time, I think we just we have a way to learn how to perform, like how to kind of embody certain kind of like ideas or experiences. And I think this is very important in more kind of like amateur practice, obviously collective, community-based practice we're trying to build within this collective. And also I think it's, as it started, I think this idea we all had that it's queers doing, you know, some kind of program for queers. And we had this very nice experiences when, you know, you perform and then you just met some young people who just said it's the best thing they saw, even though we are like, shit, we actually so bad, we should have rehearsed more, we're singing out of tune and stuff. But then these little moments, it just helps and kind of makes it, legitimize it, like why actually we're doing this. So I think it's also nice to do it in context of YAGA festival, because of course there are queers here as everywhere, and I think it's also nice to get some kind of, I don't know, echo or resonance after what the performance, and maybe
So a follow-up question to that, kind of reacting to what you said, would you consider a rainbow musical, especially in the context, because I mean, to maybe kind of like talk maybe what I have in mind with that, it seems like, I mean, as you said, you're kind of all amateurs in the performing arts, well, more or less, you know. And what you're doing is that you built a musical about very intimate things about yourself, and which people maybe are kind of still in this day and age a bit shy to talk about. And you kind of present this very personal, kind of like very intimate experience on the same level as all of the like viewers, and kind of blur this line between viewership and participation, you know. Like maybe I'm waxing poetic right now, but it's kind of like a celebration and an invitation in a sense, right? About kind of thinking and exploring queerness in both the context of the festival and just context of your own kind of life. And maybe, you know, giving a chance to think about that all thing. Asta, you've been selected.
Thank you. Well, I think yes, because these experiences that are very personal at the same time, they are not universal, but a lot of people have these feelings or very similar ones, and they're not represented. They're not shown on stage. So I think seeing an image of yourself on stage done by people who are not acting, but, you know, are doing it very truly and honestly, it can be absolutely ecstatic. But then exactly, it does depend on your relationship with queerness and how, sort of it kind of juxtapositions, you know, like it puts you in front of that and you can't avoid considering, you know, like what, you know, like, so the reaction might be like, wow, this is me, or a silent tear, but the reaction, you know, like might be like, what the fuck? And, like that's also a relationship with queerness. So I think on some level, either, like we are obviously performing mostly for those who will see themselves and who will, like see something positive in it. But I think for those who will get pissed off, like that's also an energy. So we'll take that as well. Yeah, be pissed off.
And to kind of maybe round off this whole discussion, do you all consider festivals a certain type of like safe space for this sort of like dialogue? I mean, I wouldn't even call it a performance. I would call it a dialogue, because I mean, it's been done many times. There were all of these fucking controversies with Druskin, and whatever. Who cares? But and I mean, kind of presenting this in Lithuania, there's still we're kind of hard to accept that sometimes. But festivals, and a festival is kind of a very fluent space. It's very dynamic. It's very kind of like undefined. And is a festival maybe a good kind of like medium to experience these sorts of emotions and to experience these sorts of like maybe somehow like view challenging pieces, so that you can maybe this is a good kind of way to present it. When I'm kind of going on around the same question. Okay, who would like to give their word on this?
Yeah, now I'm thinking. I think definitely it's very different when you come specifically for the Rainbow musical performance. You get a ticket and you know what it's going to be, and where you're just in the space and it's just happening to also happen in the same space where you are. So of course also then there are people who might not necessarily know a lot about the queer community or our struggles. And I guess, yeah, it opens the space for dialogue. Whether it's safe or not, well, I hope. We're here. Yeah, I think it's very important to feel safe when performing as a queer person. And I think we feel safe so far. Yeah, and it's important also for everyone involved to create a space where people feel safe. Also coming back to your previous question, I was thinking that for me, some parts of the musical, they feel very, that they should be very touching for people who are not necessarily queer, but who have felt like maybe they are different, or that the whole, their whole self is not perhaps accepted, or I don't know, have had challenges with their parents or their partner's parents accepting them, things like that. It's a very queer experience, but also it's very universal, and I think it's also very powerful to go to the universal through a specific experience. And I think in that way, every performance can be a dialogue, and every conversation. And yeah, definitely it can be a nice space for that.
I just want to say a quick word that fuck patriarchy. And I think that this is what our musical does in a way, not in a way, in many ways actually, by creating these, trying to create these horizontal structures and what other recipients said and everything. And also I think a festival is kind of a form also to make a community in those 4 days or 3 days. So, I mean, we succeed or not, but it's still an attempt. And I think that's very important to a little bit overcome these patriarchal, cis, white man genius structures. So, yeah, fuck patriarchy. Okay, so The Rainbow Musical will be live today, performing in Pine Grove Stage at midnight. So please come and join the dialogue.
Nice one. Right, thank you all very much, and the lake awaits. And now moving on to our last participant, Clay Woman.
Hi.
Hey, nice to meet you, by the way. So, what are you doing in YAGA, man?
I don't know. I live in New York, and I just got a message on Instagram about 6 months ago, and now all of a sudden I'm here. So which is great. I'm really excited about that. Yeah. So anything else? What would you like to know?
Man, if it always were that easy, that would be amazing. But reading about your performance, it's kind of like this a very multi-layered thing, you know, both kind of like touching on mortality, both of personal mortality and then kind of like ecosystematic mortality. And it's kind of like a challenge to people to go see this performance and face these kinds of things. And what was really interesting to me while reading about it was, why does this performance exist? Like, why do you find yourself in a festival doing this? How is a festival as a medium maybe fluent for these sort of experiences?
Well, as far as how I find myself in a festival, it's just because they asked. And I was excited to come. But the character is just 500 million years old. Yeah. She's from another galaxy, and she's been a friend of mine for many years, and has been sort of, I sort of look to her as kind of like she's like a wise friend who sort of helps me through things, but. So, what's interesting though is that it is always fun to do it outside, right. And there is something, and also the trees and everything, and then also tonight the Christmas house. I screamed when I saw the Christmas house because there's just nowhere better for Clay Woman to be than the Christmas house, really. I mean, I feel like she can kind of sit in there for a long time before the show. I kind of want to invite the entire audience into the Christmas house, but it might be too many people. I don't know. But we'll see what we can do. Maybe we can cook. I don't know.
So, but how is your performance then gonna go? What is kind of like? How does the Clay Woman appearing kind of go? What does she do?
Well, she usually she lives in the Marillion galaxy, which is really far away. And then when she comes here, she has to get in her cart. It's a wooden cart that she takes to Earth. And when she comes, she usually comes to give lectures or things to talk to Earthlings and stuff. And she really loves Earthlings, and humans especially. She has a lot of respect for humanity, and especially because to her, we have such short lives. And so she's really I think her basic message is kind of be a little easier on yourself, because you're kind of you're great, And so that's most of the things. She'll usually tell a history of her life, how she found out about humans, and then she'll take the audience through a meditation, which is supposed to be relaxing, but it's not always very relaxing. Okay. And then she'll usually take some questions or something like that.
All right, man, that's quite a lore, but. Quite some lore to Clay Woman, but why specifically Earthlings, though?
Well, the truth is that people on other planets are really boring. Really? Yeah, no, Earth is really where it's at. There's a lot of drama, a lot, people are really into it. Yeah, so that's which I didn't know, but she told me that. So yeah.
This citation is not kind of have been checked, but. She does go to Earth to talk to humans, and as a being 500 million billion years old, there's a certain message in that, right? And what's that message? What's the main thing that Earthwoman and Clay Woman being there and trying to tell them kind of is?
Well, I'm sure it has something to do with my own personal fear of death, but but I think that, like, and you know, and from her perspective, it's kind of like she is, you know, she has all this time, so she doesn't have to, like, you know, like we on Earth, we have, like, you know, 70, 80, 90 years or whatever, if we're lucky, you know, to, like, do all the things we want to do. And we always feel under all this pressure to finish things. And, like, we're kind of hard on ourselves about whether we, like, get, you know, what we're doing with this time. And she has this perspective of having, like, so much time that she can, like, just, you know, if she wants to just stare at a wall for 100,000 years, it's no big deal. So she has a lot of admiration for us in that we are able to do what we do with our short lives. And so I guess the sort of message in it is to sort of like, you know, that we should have a little bit more admiration for ourselves for, you know, what we're able to do with this little time that we have.
You know, there's a very kind of common word used around festivals in Lithuanian called moralkas. But and then this I mean, this word is kind of like, you know, this feeling that you get after kind of going hard all night, whole day, all night, and then, you know, you're kind of hard on yourself that you were kind of like just being fucking crazy, you know, and I guess this is kind of like a very freeing experience in a festival, because, you know, you talk to this being who is like 500 billion years old, and she says, like, man,
500 million.
just 500 million, yeah. Just I'm sorry, I'm apparently I'm ageist now, but the thing is, like, she says that, you know, like, chill out, man, like, you had fun, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm cool with that.
That's kind of freeing, isn't it? Yeah. Man, having fun is really good. And yeah, and when can we meet Clay Woman again, and where today?
She'll be at the Christmas house, which, again, I'm so excited about. And that's at 10 o'clock, Christmas house. There's going to be snow. It's going to be really fun. And I'm really excited to check out the Rainbow musical afterwards. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool.
Right, thank you. That was cool. All right. And that was that for today's YAGA Artist Talks. Again, these were all really wonderful, nice people here doing very cool stuff. And yeah, go see them today. Go, if you're not in YAGA, check out our stream online and have fun. And now I'm off to my 13th cup of coffee. Cheers. Kappa.
Thank you. Yeah, that's some archival MTV. Yeah, that's true. So what's about mushrooms? Ksenia? Huh? Yeah, because we have some mushrooms collected when? Yesterday? Or 2 days ago? Like mushrooms to be cooked. And we are thinking that probably it's a great moment to do so. Yeah, I need to... Boop. Boop. Okay. Leveling the cameras. Huh? Okay. Yeah, so in the background we already can hear some music going on. Basses are going through our bodies and our machines. True.
А я не чую. Доброго дня, шановні друзі! Сьогодні в нас в програмі будуть... Як називаються лисички українською? Лисички. Кички. Лисички. Будемо готувати, якщо вони ще взагалі придатні до споживання. Ой. Важке життя бентежне. Та я з'їла чуруси, і я сама зараз як чурус.
Who is there?
Hello, Gittes. Yes, we can show it. But did Vytautas made more videos? Can you ask him? Yes, Vytautas, can you hear me? We want to show more your videos. No, I mean it's fine. No, it sounds like. Цей. Дивись, яке гарне, як це, як українське це.
Блін.
Жорстко, да?
Павук.
Павук. Дивіться, що знайшла на 2 євро. Литовські павуки. Це жорстко, це флекс, литовський флекс. Найс. У мене, до речі, дуже цікава історія. Я, коротше, колись на в аеропорту була і хотіла щось там купити, боже, в duty free. І в мене була маленька копійка, якась там євросенс. Це ваші гроші, це Софії. Це Софії, ну. І там було зображення Венери з образу Рафаела, там, де вона в тій ракушці стоїть. І я, коротше, заплатила цією копійкою, а потім почала гуглити, що це, типу, дуже рідко. І я повернулася до цієї тітки, кажу, вибачте, будь ласка, можете мені повернути мої гроші? Бо типу, вона рідка, я хочу її забрати. І тітка реально знайшла, прикинь. І віддала мені. Я заплатила там якось інший цей.
Добросовісна тітка.
Ну, да. Я взагалі прийшла запитати, як ти хочеш готувати, ну, бо тут ми не будемо готувати. Що робимо? Нам треба зробити сетап десь внизу, мені здається.
Ну, я думаю, треба запитати Руту, Гіттіса і так далі. Ну, типу, вони тут робили якби логістику, що тут кухня, тут ще щось.
Але я знаю цю логістику. Логістика така, що ми готуємо внизу. Типу, всі речі внизу, тобто, якщо ми хочемо готувати. If you wanna cook mushrooms, we should cook them downstairs, right? That was just to make sure that, okay. You see, I was right. Так що, може, якийсь musical break, і я схожу попісять і можемо готувати. Yes, my feet a little bit dirty. Yeah. I will think. If I will find one, I'll give you.
Yeah, but
Yes. Let's play some music probably now for a break, and then we will show his videos whenever he will come, because we spoke yesterday that he's gonna make some new, and we. Dear Mr. Artist Vytautas, we are waiting for you. Do you have some more videos for us to show? Do you want to show us something? Later. Okay, then we're gonna play some music because we are on a festival. Get ready to get your asses a little bit of moving. And I'm gonna cook fucking mushrooms. That's it.
And if anyone is interested, the archives of yesterday and today's stream you can find on the UKRAiNATV YouTube, Twitch, and so on, but also 3022 Collective. They launched Twitch during our last previous collaborative event in Krakow. So yeah, follow and check and
Let's play Ist. I want to hear him. He's from Lithuania. Actually, he's from Vilnius, and he was playing on YAGA last year. And let's hear his archive from UKRAiNATV. What do you think?
yeah. Let's find it. Okay, I need to switch the mixer now, so just a moment.
Öklüko Valmu. Россия. Esta noche.
Kokiu laiku apsikeis tiesiog, žinai. Aš žinau, aišku, galvoju, gal dabar maudytis palaikyti. Bet šiaip noriu už, kad pasikalbėti dabar neužilgo. Tai gal net skambant visiems gali. Tai šiaip tai Hebra šičia tik tai... A, jie čia? Jo, Emos dar tada tik tai reikia, jinai pavalgyti, jeigu išėjo, gal atsirastų jau. O čia Gleb irgi yra? Is Gleb here? He's on his way, okay. Gleb, we want to speak about shifts. Yeah.
But now Simona has started.
Yeah, I know.
Užteks su vienu gal šiuo. Gal Gleb, gal techninių dalykų.
Taip.
Biškė atsarčiai.
Taip.
Nes čia bus kamera, mikrofonas, galbūt savinikas.
Jo. Ir šičia, žinai, turbūt jums essential tas dalykas yra tai, kad vakare bus 3 muzikiniai performansai. Tai nuo realiai 10 tipo iki... Ne, tai mes biškai pastumėm programą į viršų, nuo 10 bus toks Mikalojus.
Can you hear me? Hello? Нет. Yes or no? No or yes? This is the question.
Is it mic this working? Yeah.
Test, test.
Oh. Yeah. Check again.
I can hear that it's working. Yes, a bit. I mean, it's fine for me. Will it be fine for you too? Okay. Yeah, probably I just got used to it.
On the mixer, headphones to the yeah. Well.
Раз. Be careful, don't fall because you're sitting on the board. Hello everyone, we are continuing our yesterday's showcase mission, tradition, small, serious. Sophie is checking audio, but we are continuing because I can hear myself, but I think you can hear me on the stream as well. Okay, I'm disappearing. I want you guys to introduce, and behind us is a video of your amazing installation. You finally made it, and in the night it looked amazing. But what was in your installation? And yeah, tell us about it.
This was basically so we filmed abandoned places in Lithuania, which represents.
The places are no longer like usable, and the foundation still stays on the ground while not making any sound. But looking at them, we can imagine the past life that was being there, and we can hear the noise. So I can also talk about the installation right now. Then I guess so. It represents the yeah, I will take it. It represents the noise and silence synergy, because, as I said, those foundations around my installation they do not make any sound, but we can by looking at them, we can see and hear the past life that was being there in our minds. So, yeah. In short.
Wow, that's actually someone yesterday I was like passing by, and someone said something about noise, and Valentin said to me like, "Look, abandoned churches with some noise," and I was like, "What? I mean, where is the noise?" Like, and I was then filming it, and I was like, "Wow, that's." Noisy kind of image. I'm not sure if that's what you wanted to show, but it is kind of what I've seen. And what was your role in installation? Actually, could you introduce, please? Because I have no idea how to pronounce your. You have very beautiful name, I should say. I said it to guys at the beginning that I love your name. It's so beautiful. But could you please also introduce yourself so we know how to pronounce your name and the surname right? It's so interesting. I love Lithuanian surnames. They're so random but so cool.
Okay. First of all, thank you. And my name is Simona Griniūtė. We are both course mates. We study creative industries, and we started our creative not company but company, I would say, called Taškai.
Yeah. Dots in English.
Dots. And we just collaborated. Noise made the video you can see here. And I thought of making an installation, so this installation is the perfect canvas for this video. And yeah, we're both students doing crazy things, creative things, and random stuff.
And it was a really good start to collaborate. And first of all, thank you, Simona, to inviting me to this collaboration. And I think this is when the whole thing started. The dots, I don't know how can I call it? Not a company, but like
creative group.
Yeah, creative group, basically. So
yeah, and we named this installation Triukšmas. So in this. Pavadinimas. You can see the word sh in the same word, in the title. And in Lithuanian it's triukšmas, and in English it's noise, but the short term sh is like silence. So it's, as I said, a noise and silence synergy. So yeah, that's why this installation, as you said, has noisy visuals, but there's no sound.
Okay, wow, good. And can you tell me your name, because you haven't introduced yourself?
Oh, so my name is Nojus. In English, it's probably better to call me Noah. Okay. Do I need to say my surname?
If you wish.
I mean, it's Šumskas. It's
nice.
Yeah. Pretty cool surname. I won't change that anytime soon because.
Good.
Yeah, just basically it.
Okay. Tell me about your companies you started. So you two are students, and you met, and you started to collaborate and made these companies. You say, but what are you doing? You did this installation, and is it your first collaboration together, or no? And what is your plans? What have you done already? I'm interested in that, as you started this topic, not me.
Okay, so it started by me asking Noise for help for making this video, and then we thought, well, we have a lot of ideas by being creative industry students, so we thought, why not we make like this creative people group where we make our ideas come to life. So mainly we focusing on visual stuff and sound. So yeah, it's just the beginning. So being here in YAGA is very nice for us to start this journey, and we hope it's not our first and last moment we're here. So,
and we're going to document our project, and soon it will be published in Tashkent social media platforms. First of all, I mean the first social Instagram will be
Yeah.
Tashkent, no, yeah.
It's still in process.
Yeah.
It's fine.
But we're polishing it. We're polishing it.
We're just plugging our thing.
I mean, you know, everyone started. We also started from something, so it's good. Congratulations with your start. The start is always the hardest one. All right. I actually wanted to ask something else. I wanted to ask because you're saying the group of people, so it's just two of you. You're like a duet, or you have more people in your this Dashken dot. One more. Okay, so it's trio. Okay, good. And where is this person? Here or there or somewhere? Not in YAGA.
He's supporting us virtually.
Yeah, he's temporarily left Kaunas, where he mainly lives. Temporarily lives, so he's going back to his hometown, Klaipėda. So,
okay.
Yeah.
But he had touched the
surface.
No, it's easier to say in Lithuanian, but he did something also. He contributed to this installation also. Yeah. But mainly it was us, but in future, yeah, we will include. Yeah, shout out to Titas.
Titas Glotnis.
I love Lithuanian.
Yeah.
So cool.
And also, shout out to my grandpa, because we made the foundations together, and we, yeah, it was really like a bonding time. He taught me how to do these foundations from scratch, using the old materials. So it was like a history lesson, but also a very cute moment. So, yeah.
Wow, I'm super jealous that you had such opportunity. I don't have this anymore, so like, wow, I'm very jealous in a very good way. I'm super happy for you. I also wanted to say a couple of words because we have filmed your workshop previously, and it would be nice if you could describe what was the idea of the workshop and what kind of I forgot the word now, not the mold, but clay. Yes, thanks, the clay you used.
So yeah, it was the technique taught by my grandpa, as I said. So you just combine water, hay, and clay, and then you make this paste mass thing. And while you're doing it, you can think of like past things, like past buildings. There left foundations in the fields right now. So, and you can make this little brick of memories, or as one of our team members made a pyramid. Yeah, pyramid. So you just can let your creativity flow. Yeah.
Nice, good. It's a shame that it's not many people use this opportunity. Probably. Do you still have some clay?
Yeah.
Oh, probably we should. Do you wanna make some clay? You don't look like you do. Yeah, probably we can make some voodoo dolls. What do you think? Okay. Do you want to add anything else? What's your plans for future, guys? Probably the last question, and I'm letting you go.
We're not going to manifest it, but we're currently like planning one project, but it's still in progress. I mean, soon it will be published and announced. So yeah.
And I can add one thing about this installation again. It also represents this bridge between past and like present moment, and also it's a ephemeral installation, which means that it's not like thing that could be exhibited in like real art gallery. It's mostly exhibited in random places at random time, and it only lasts for a certain time. It is really mobile. You can easily put it anywhere you want, and it was made from things that I had, so it's like kind of sustainable. So, and this moment can be very useful because when you're not exhibiting it in very regulated place, it helps you just experiment very freely. So yeah, that was also like a main thing about that.
Yeah, that's a very cool thing to have an opportunity to experiment that you don't have, just like a white box where you need to exhibit something. And it's also not that bad, but this is a very cool opportunity to actually have so many possibilities from nature you can add. Like literally you can, just create another installation in this installation. All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure. Thank you, Sophia, for handling this technical job. We are going on probably some musical break now. Yeah, should be?
Let's go.
We can or we can't?
We can.
Let's go. Put someone good. We will start slowly probably to cook. Good. I already said that I'm gonna cook mushrooms, but you will see. How to say,
You saved it on the microphone?
Yes. How to say this like little orange mushrooms we had? We call it listichki. You call it squirrels.
Yeah.
But how to say it on Lithuanian? Weverushkos. Weviurka. Weviurka is a squirrel in Polish, and weviurka is. I think it's on Belarusian as well, but I might be wrong. Weviurkas. Yes? Voverushkas.
Yeah. Okay.
Labas rytas. Пока.
кабель і нахуй. quieres ir esta noche? ¿A dónde quieres ir esta noche?
It's so cool.
Кто я? Ты знаешь меня? Я не знаю себя. Прекрасно.
Replicate them. Like now I'm like hands some installation with TV, a lot of little things, amazing book selection, and also a workshop which is going to be held throughout the night about ecosystemic city squares, how to build city squares would be like accounting for more than human communities which are inhabiting the city. So it's not like human, but more than human city square.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and currently the festival has around 5,000 visitors, and we are also streaming to pirate radio. So we have like an antenna. I can show you. Yeah, they're like in the sky. Maybe I don't know if there's enough resolution, but there's an antenna. So we're kind of like doing pirate radio. If anybody is like listening on the radio, welcome.
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Wow, this is so fantastic. Like this forest is also very cute, and wow,
yeah,
the weather
very
is like
beautiful
perfect.
forest. Well, last days it was raining a lot, but now it's kind of manageable. We're here since Monday, and it's the first day when it's not raining. Other days it was raining, so we're kind of like really appreciating this gift that finally it's. So yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Have you been?
And
like,
how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I was actually in the exhibition here. It was also a workshop, like in Design Museum. They're doing an exhibition on modern human architecture, basically.
Okay.
And then the workshop is also like a practice from Finland. They were like doing lectures and workshop on how to design for modern humans. And I was just there like 10 minutes ago. It was also nice.
Okay, yeah. Nice correspondence. Okay, and I see that we are on the TVs. Yeah.
Wow. Hi. It's so nice. The TVs are so nice. Where did you get the TVs?
We have one electronics enthusiast who's makeshift, does like restoration of all TV equipment.
Oh my god! So, can you like take a picture of me in that vintage TV? That's like so cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Ruta, make a picture of Anand when he speaks.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, but not. I think maybe Anand. Are you ready?
Yeah, I am.
So, for everybody who's listening in and also enjoying time around the pavilion, Anand is an architect from China, but currently based in Harvard, right?
No, I'm in London, but I'm going to Oxford.
Oxford. Okay, sorry. Like all of these geographical locations somehow mixed up in my head. So sorry, but Anand is an architect investigating more than human cohabitation elements in terms of building lived environment, and he's very known for a project done around Kyoto about restoration of rewilding a region, making it for deers in terms of like rewilding with more than human kind of thinking. So sorry if I'm not paying justice for expertise, but Anand is also coming here because he was participating at Ars Electronica, and in Ars Electronica we met, and also next year Augustus met Anand, and now it's kind of like really nice international connection.
Yeah, it's so wonderful that we got to meet and talk about like on the highway, and also the exhibition that we saw together was also really impactful. So yeah.
So the Anand floor is yours, and we are very excited to hear what you have prepared for us.
Thank you. So yeah, today I was hoping to talk about my research and design experience, and they will have like two sections, and the first one is about more like theoretical. I will tell you something about my ongoing research project. It's about having this kind of concepts of an inactive biosemiotic domain, and it's like a constructed theory about using empathy and this kind of connections between modern human realms. And then I will hopefully talk more about my design, which is based on the theoretical framework. So yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. And I also hope to have this discussion. I don't know if it's easy, but like hopefully after the talk, we can also discuss a bit more, like having a conversation and stuff. So yeah, first of all, I want to like, I don't know how many audience we have, but like we can maybe start by asking something simple but strange, like what would it feel to be like a bat? Well, not to look at one, but to study it, but to actually be one, be a bat. You might recognize this question is from Thomas Nigel. And he uses it to show that there's something fundamentally inaccessible about the subjective experience of other beings, and we cannot fully imagine their world. But and it's something big, but we can try to meet this sort of journey halfway, and that's where my research comes in. I work at the intersection of philosophy, system theory, cybernetics, and architectural design. And this talk is based on a conceptual deeper paper that sort of rethinks how we understand communication and empathy between human and non-humans. The core of this idea is something that I call the inactive biosemiotic domain. And it's a bit like a mouthful concept, but it's essentially about building these bridges between species through embodied effective engagement, not just words like language. And I will just talk about how I got to this point. So we kind of camera, we open our eyes and the world is just there, but perception is selective, and every creature, including us, lives inside its own moment, a term that the philosopher also created, and it refers to the sensory bubble that we each inhabit. The bats, they hear in ultrasound, and bees see ultraviolet, and sharks sense electricity, and we humans don't. So we lie side by side with other species, but inhabit entirely different perceptual realities. Still, humans have a bad habit of mistaking our bubble for the entire world. This is what many theorists will call the anthropocentric bias. And we think if we cannot sense it, then something must not matter or even exist. But just because the human eye cannot perceive the magnetic fields or chemical signals the way as a fish, it doesn't mean that they are not full of meaning. What we understand is often mistaken for all that can be understood. Ed Yong puts this well when he describes how our eye-centric culture, the privileging of sight, has led to a disconnection from the multisensory world that the other beings inhabit. The narrow sensory bandwidth shapes not just our perceptions, but also our ethics, our policy, and even in the design decisions. It becomes difficult to care for those we cannot sense. And so how do we begin to reach across these sensory divides? The language is probably like a starting point for most of the human cultures. Language is central to how humans coordinate. The most important figure to me in cybernetics, Mantarana and Varela, they call this languaging. It's a kind of dance where shared meaning emerges from repeated interactions. They also introduce the idea of consensual domain, a space of mutual understanding built from those interactions. And this consensual domain is where organisms they share, like the environment coordinates behavior, often without symbolic language. And originally, Mantarana used this to describe how humans interact, but the idea is much broader. Even bacteria, monkeys, or bees, they create mutual response that sustain a shared behavioral system. And still, here's the idea that's really powerful, remains like in the anthropocentric framing. The human language is powerful, but also it comes with limitations, like it shapes not only how we communicate, but also how we think. As Heidegger put it, language is a house of being. In other words, we live inside of words, and the words we create also constrain our understanding of the entire reality. So what happens when we try to apply these human-centric ideas to other species? We hit a wall. Most animals don't use language like we do, but that doesn't mean that they don't communicate. Bees dance and dogs whine and elephants rumble, and these are all forms of meaning-making too. And to account for that, I extend the idea of the consensual domain into what it's called a biosemiotic domain. It's a shared space of interaction, not just for humans, but also for living beings. It's sort of like a recognition that communication is not always verbal. It can also be chemical, tactile, visual, sonic, and it can also be as simple as like a waking tail of a dog, or like a web of a spider. This draws on biosemiotic inactivism. It's a concept proposed by Paulo de Jesus, which builds on Mantarana and Valela's inactivism, but with also like a more than human scope. Biosemiotic inactivism sees meaning not as something confined to human brains, but also as a property of life itself. So all the living organisms participate in semiosis. They interpret signs, respond to cues, shape, and are shaped by meaning. And this capacity to sense and respond is not something that begins with humans. It's ancient, and it's also evolutionary, and also it's shared. But even this biosemiotic theories, as inclusive as they are, they also sometimes assume that we can somehow, humans, like we can decode these signs from the outside. And that assumption will keep us in a human frame in a sort of an inevitable manner. And that's where I saw the next step, which is a concept called kinesthesia. And kinesthesia is a term from Susan Stewart. It refers to the field bodily reciprocal dynamics between two interacting agents. And think of it as like embodied empathy. When a horse mirrors its rider's tension, or a dog picks up on the your sadness without a word. That's kinesthesia in action. And it's also not about translating signals into human understanding. It's also about engaging directly, bodily, emotionally with another being. And it's just not humans who are doing it. Many animals would respond to other emotions like dogs and elephants and parrots, and they are not just instincts. They also are a form of affective co-agency. They are forms of empathy, and also they are grounded in their body. Matthew Radcliffe points out that our sense of self is shaped through our field's relatedness with others. And this field sense isn't just psychological, it's also kinesthetic and kinetic. It's in our bodies, our postures, and our nervous systems. And that applies just as much to our interactions with non-humans. When you like flinch a bird's sudden flight or relax when a cat crawls around your side, that's not just, there's no information being passed in the traditional sense, like there's no spoken words and there's no communication, but something meaningful is still happening. Like you can sort of connect with a cat in a sense that's beyond language. So we can, like when we combine biosemiotic inactivism with kinesthesia, we sort of arrive at the inactive biosemiotic domain. And this is a space where communication isn't just reduced to information exchange, but is also co-constructed through this sort of embodied and reciprocal engagement. It's sort of messy, but it's also real. It's important to say that I'm not claiming that we can fully know what it's like to be another species, because we cannot even entirely understand what another human is thinking, let alone like another species. But what I'm stressing here is that we can co-create like this shared meaning across species, and not just by decoding their experience, but by participating with them in it, even if it's imperfect. A good example is like petting a dog. Like when you reach out, the dog would lean in, and there's no translation needed. You are both co-creating this moment of understanding, and that's the inactive biosemiotic domain, built on affective trust, and there's no verbal agreement. But this constructed meaning is also shaped by our limitations. The constructivist stance I take sort of understand this phenomenon mediated by the observer. There's no neutral observer dependent reality, because every engagement is shaped by how we are and where we are and who we are. This doesn't mean that the world is like just arbitrary or solipsistic, like it's just the creation of yourself. But it does mean that the dog doesn't exist for me as it exists for itself. Even when I pet the dog, when I understand that it's filtered through my own sensory, emotional, and cognitive framework, there's still meaning created. And this is where the biosemiotics and constructivism converge. Like meaning is not divorced, it's enacted and co-created through this interdependency between you and your dog. Even when human-to-human empathy is never total. If someone is blind or deaf from birth, their life world is so radically different from the people who are not blind. Yet still there's space that we can still engage, relate, and care for those who may not be able to see the world as clearly as we do. And we don't have to know everything to feel something. And that's the power of this inactive biosemiotic domain, because it doesn't demand full comprehension, and it only asks for relational presence, which is why it also can expand to a modern human world, because you don't have to necessarily be able to understand what the other animal is sensing, able to help them, to design for them. because we somehow always go back to this kind of anthropocentric and anthropomorphic mistake. We believe that only the human is meaningful, and it's not only a philosophical problem, it's also like a political one. It shapes how we treat our animals and how we design cities and how we legislate ecosystems. So it's also a design problem. It reduces other beings to objects, and instead of recognizing them into co-agents of meaning. And so hopefully the concept I'm trying to argue here, the inactive biosemiotic domain, would be able to help us resist that, because it would remind us that the world is not just made of inert things or active humans, but also of countless life forms brushing up against one another, sometimes in conflict, but also in care. And so it also helps us move away from this kind of human desire for mastering other species. And so we don't need to control or fully understand other beings to relate or meaningfully engage with them. We just need to show up, to sense and participate with them. And to use Upsol's words, each organism would create this meaning as it perceives and acts. And the world is full of meanings, not just because we assign them, but because beings generate themselves through living and interaction. And I will say that empathy is probably like our most human trait, but also it might also be the trait that frees us from our human exceptionalism, because it opens up to the possibility that the world is full of other senses of experience. It's like an invitation. So not to know each other, but to feel with them, to construct spaces of meanings where bodies, not just words, do the talking, and we're being alive together. It's already a kind of conversation with each other. That's kind of my theoretical shift that I'm trying to propose. And before, like, I bore you with more theories, now I will talk more about my design projects, because I feel like on one hand we have, for most practices, we have this kind of really nice research, but also sometimes they just go in vain. And so I'm also hoping to use design as a methodology to further help with research. I don't know if I can share my, I can. I will just share my screen. You can see my presentation, right? Kitties.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So I was talking about this kind of idea of an inactive biosemiotic domain. And so basically the theoretical framework is to go beyond the consensual domain, and by adding to the facts of other agency of modern human beings through this kind of embodied engagement. And so we sort of combine this kinesthesia with biosemiotic inactivism, and then we sort of jump into this inactive biosemiotic domain. And to sort of make it more illustrative, I'm bringing some of my projects, design projects. And so this was my project when I was studying in architecture. So this is about building this kind of co-living space in Shanghai. And I was referencing a lot about like relational ontology, and I was trying to apply this kind of process philosophy and land ethic into like a design practice. And so the key idea for this project was to sort of build this third level bio community. So like in the beginning, we have this kind of human society, and then we expand to this third level bio community with animals and plants and fungi. And the idea of this project is to build this concept of third level biocommunity where humans and non-human species, also the in organic landscape, are sort of in the same community to design and to be designed for and to be cared for. So I started this project by analyzing like the livelihoods of different animals, like how they would have their appearance across 1 year, and how their kind of interaction with each other can be also facilitated by the human presence. So like the functionality of the architecture is not defined by a purely human-centric use, but also by the lives of these animals. And so the vision for this project, like across a year, is that each season there will be different human activities happening, but also try to facilitate the activities of the animals who potentially live there. And so, like transforming this kind of analysis into an architectural language, I was hoping to design for these 4 benchmark species, like the red bird, the fox, the frog, and then a salamander. And so the design language for the architecture is sort of taking inspiration from the typical living space of these animals, and then I just assemble them together and then make like an architectural language where humans and both those animals can cohabitate. And so the system that I was trying to create is to use architecture as like a living organism, so that the material cycle and energy flow that you would observe from natural ecosystem is also expressed through architectural language. And so it's a bit like conceptual, but like these images are trying to show that from each typical space of this building is also designed and facilitating the life of birds and foxes. And when I was doing the project, I was also trying to use different media, like through sketches and models, to explore how spaces can be arranged. And I was like making lots of concept models and using clay and as like a draft. And then I would use like Rhino to 3D model them and give them this kind of organic touch in a 3D model. In general, this is like my first sort of trial of trying to design for animals. But then I realized it's kind of inevitable. Humans would not be very like entirely comfortable with living with animals. Also, like animals might also entirely like to live so close to humans, because once you put them in a very close distance, like there will be problems of like noise or pollution, and even interference is kind of inevitable. So I was thinking, is there a way to still facilitate and design for the lives of more than humans, but also make it more desirable? And that's when I started my second project, and it's about like expanding the notion of care and architecture, and it's about landscape recovery in Kyoto. So it's like a rewilding process. And so through this process, it's like abandoned residential buildings. So the project's about transforming those abandoned residential buildings into shelters for deer. So it really, since those spaces are already abandoned, there wouldn't be much human use anymore. And the idea is how to facilitate more than humans after the human use, so that you do not just leave your houses there when it's abandoned. You also create space to for other beings to also you sort of take responsibility for your living. So this project has like 3 keywords. It's about care, and it's also about more than human. it's also about this concept of this landscape. So it's like an idea where the humans and non-humans would co-mutate. So it's a landscape where there's the opportunity for this mutation to happen without too much control. So this project is set in the Satoyama landscape in Japan, and as we all are aware of that, the Japanese population is shrinking each year, and which is causing lots of abandonment. So in pretty much all the areas apart from the central Tokyo area, and this abandonment is happening in terms of like the houses, but also happening in terms of the farmlands. So in the rural areas in Kyoto, for example, both the houses and farmlands are being abandoned, and the occupancy is also decreasing like each year, which is creating like lots of problems in the sense of both human community and the non-human community, such as the deer community, and also creating problems for the organic environment. In terms of deer, like each year there's this increasing conflict of human wildlife, specifically between the hunters and the deer. Also, since there's a decrease of human population, it means that the traditional lethal control for the deer is also decreasing, which is causing the abnormal growth of the deer population. So that it's like the system of humans and deer are clashing with each other, and also the management of deer is also sort of reduced. And then in terms of the land, the biodiversity is dropping because of not care is not enough, and the human communities are not using the farmland anymore. And actually, contrary to our instinct that the farmlands would just be revitalized by itself after the human use, is actually the opposite. Like without like traditional care and maintenance of the farmlands biodiversity, and there would be like decreasing until it reaches like a minimum point before it goes up again. But this takes around like 15 years, but like with proper human management, this biodiversity would not be able to drop this drastically. And also in terms of land use, there's the abandonment is causing like lots of ownership issues and land value issues. Also in terms of the like the traditional house there, which is called Kiyomachiya, and it's like creating a sort of decaying landscape where they are being abandoned, but also not so much care is involved, and so they're just left there. But also, on another sense, it creates a sort of kind of opportunity for material reuse, and so there's like a palette of material which can be collected and reused. And so my initial design concept for this project was actually to reuse the materials for the houses, so that we can collect the abandoned parts and reassemble them into other systems to make like connected houses. And by collecting the unwanted materials, the land and space is also sort of liberated in the same process. And nature can just retake over once these houses are being collected away. And so, similar to my previous project, I was also doing ecosystem analysis as a first step. And so this landscape is called the Satoyama landscape, and it's a rural agricultural landscape in Japan, and it's the most common landscape there. And so I did initial analysis of like all the potential benchmark species there, and also how the human systems like the houses and foresting and trees, how they are also interconnected in the same system. And so I chose 4 species, including humans, to design for, and it's a project for the deer, specifically the Japanese Sika deer, and also the Japanese cider tree, and also the shiitake mushroom. But already they have this interconnected relationships, and the projects about how to revitalize this relationship. So, like in a more techno or like technological or like methodological sense, I was treating this practice as a landscape design project. So I sort of collected different tiles in a typical landscape in Kyoto and sort of piled them together to form this narrative. And then I sort of created this scroll where, like, you can when you see it from left to right, like it's like a story sort of getting told. But then from left to right is like from the current scenario to a more designed, like a speculative future. And also it's like a rewilding process where like the abandoned buildings are being collected and treated, and then forestry are getting planted, and then in the end they sort of like revitalized forests. And so the first stage is about the decay. So like it's sort of like a scenario where the current stage is, and so I was drawing this kind of architectural land of the illustration of the abandoned household, and it's like a base of how to design for them, like a typical site. And also I was using collages to illustrate the stories of these abandoned houses. And then the first step of my design is about reconnection. So, because there are still lots of elderly people living on the site, and the idea is to reconnect the houses and like make like a community space for them. And so the idea is sort of connecting the two houses to make into one house. And while you are doing that, you can like collect materials from other houses which are not wanted, and so the space can already be liberated and make space for deer, for example. And so the like a typical typological view would be like this. There's like an added system where the two houses are connected, and then they can like share their stories, their lives in this kind of connected community. And also in terms of like incentives for these projects, the idea is to use recycling as like providing immediate economic incentives for the people. So when they sort of disassemble the houses and recollect the materials, they can also get immediate benefits from selling them, for example. And also they can reuse them to facilitate the connection of communities. And then the second step of this project is about transformation. So like not in sort of like a 40-year kind of time frame, these projects can sort of transform into like bio lab space where like you can have like workshops, and then also from like a domestic living space to like a more ecologic experimental space. And so at this stage, the house is already getting more and more disassembled, and the nature and it's like taking over already. But also since like a temporary working space, it's like creating this sort of semi occupancy in between these houses. And so it's like a intermediate stage where you have like half human occupancy, but also half the space is liberated for nature, like deer and other animals can already sort of taken as shelters when the humans are not there. And so the central idea is to have this wall system, so that on one side of this architectural wall there's an office or a lab, but then the wall itself is like a provide space for plants or mushrooms to grow so that the deer can have food from these walls. And so the idea is sort of as this stage to create this kind of like a intermediate transition. And then the last stage is entirely disassembling this the abandoned human houses, and then make space for forests to re-emerge. And so at this stage, like most of the houses are already taken away, the materials are being collected, and then the space is already liberated for nature to take over. So like in this diagram, you can see from like the first stage to the last stage, like the natural landscape is always taking over. And so at that stage, in terms of like an architectural language, most of the space is already being collected, and then the trees will re-emerge, and this it's kind of a monument. Only like traces of the human memories are left, but then more spaces are being created for animals, and so they can use it entirely as like shelters for themselves. And so because across this project, I was trying to find the balance of like human memories and non-human occupancy. So at the last stage, it's like a monument where the human memories are still remembered, but in a very like ghostly way, where it's like a phantom of the memory, but the space itself, in terms of function, it's already serving the needs of animals. And to rationalize that, I sort of had this disassemble sequence where like that typical architectural plan, it can be sort of taken part by part, bits by bits, and I sort of categorized them based on their durability and environmental impacts, and then had this matrix of elements like walls, the floors, and the windows and the toilets. They have like different places, and based on this analysis, you can sort of have this topological spaces that can be designed. So like they used to be like elements like furnitures in houses, and then following the matrix, we can decide which elements to leave on site and which to take away to sell for money. But those elements that live on site, they can sort of already formulate spaces where animals can inhabitate. And so, and the more architectural stuff. And so the whole idea is to firstly create this kind of interdependency between different bits of the landscape. So it's not only just a scroll, like a linear scroll, but also it creates like a reciprocal and sort of connected interdependency in between different areas in the entire scroll. And also its interdependency in terms of how the human community and the deer community and the houses, like the non-living, non-human beings, they can also get connected in a designed systematic way. And also it's also about engagement, because one of the keywords for this project is care, and it's about engaging through time and how this long-term maintenance can illustrate the idea of care. And so from like very immediate future to like the 80-year future from now, there's always engagement and maintenance through this kind of constant care. And so also in this project, I was using models, like handmade models a lot. So I was experimenting of how the elements can be taken down and reassembled in a typical house. And also like how, like in terms of like the spatial quality, like what kind of elements can create what kind of atmosphere, and then sort of at the very last stage, I sort of disassembled all my previous models and then reassembled them in a very funny way to create this kind of immediate stage where decay and care, they're all both represented. So it's like it's like in between all the timelines. It's like independent of all the times, but also connecting all the times where we have the procession of decay, but also have constant care of human intervention. And so, like, the prototype that's created is like, I call it the caring prototype. So it's also like a wall system where, like, on one side of the wall, you have the living of humans, but also on the other side of the wall, there's facilitating like plants and mushrooms where they can grow, and animals can use them to feed. So, like, in this quite simple geometry, it's creating this kind of interdependency of the three elements, like the humans, the non-humans, and also the building itself. In a very ideal scenario, this kind of landscape is being transformed and into like a shelter for the air, and also the memories of the past human lives are also remembered. So it's like I was trying to dissolve this kind of dichotomy between nature and culture, and also make care and control. So that's like my very long project. And then as the last stage, so of course I'm also going to hopefully begin my PhD study this year in October. And as an extension of this previous project, I'm going to have more discovery, hopefully, in this sense of empathy and interdependency, and how to bridge research with design. And so my as it's like a preview of my next project. It's called Towards Empathetic Landscape, a post-phenomenological exploration of intersubjectivity and multi-species justice in the Satoyama landscape. So as a next stage, and I'm hoping to use the idea of intersubjectivity and also the methodology of phenomenology, but more approaching like a not more than human sense. That's why it's post phenomenology, and then to justify the livelihoods of other than human entities in the same landscape in Japan. And so the sites will be the same, but I'm hoping to have a different, like more theoretical or geographical approach. And so basically, I will investigate the role of empathy in cultivating more than human intersubjectivity, and like how to connect with more than human agents, and also advancing multi-species justice within the Satoyama landscape. And I will adopt this post-phenomenological framework and employ like a community-based design intervention. And this research will hopefully to explore the interconnected social ecological dynamics, and also the shared vulnerability in a decaying Satoyama landscape, but also hopefully to explore the role of human subjectivity in accessing and interpreting the modern human life worlds based on the traditional Satoyama landscape practices, which is more like a theoretical aspect. And on a more practical aspect, this project will also hopefully propose like empathy-based policy and management alternatives to recover the landscape. And so by combining theoretical research also with fieldwork and design speculation, I'm hoping to envision like an empathetic landscape that's rooted in cultural revitalization and ecological diversification and somatic sensibilities. So, and hopefully it can contribute to like a broader discourse on modern human relationality. So hopefully by the time next year, we'll have some progress, and we'll be really hoping to share it with you again. Sorry for like rambling this much. I don't know how many people are still there, but would love to have some sort of discussion.
Sorry, I just realized that somehow my camera was, I think, turned off. Oh shit, there's a lot of noise. Yeah, but people were coming in and out. It's kind of like a radio mode of spectatorship here, people who are like passing. So at this very moment, I think we don't have many people for conversation, but I just wanted to say that it really what you were speaking speaks and expands a lot what we were conversating about in the morning together with Augustus and Ruta, which so we were kind of thinking about ecosystemic awareness and the impact that festival brings to the forest, and the very discussion ended actually with our focus on empathy and the question of empathy in ecosystemic awareness, how actually empathy is crucial, and how human beings are very well suited to, like, for empathy mediated connection with other beings. So it was fascinating actually to hear like this biosemiotic kind of approach that you're bringing in. For me, it feeds into also. I just recently, perhaps you know this book. Tell me if you don't, but I suppose that you do. How Forests Think by Eduardo Cohen. He's developing this post-humanist anthropological methodology, and really like provides extremely wide array of examples of how communication between different living entities in the forest happens through shared kind of reading and formulation of meanings. And he forms this idea that all meaning making is alive and all life is meaning making. So it's fascinating to see how you like bring this to actual architectural practice, because it's kind of easy, I think, to speculate about these things on very philosophical level, but when you really like bring this on ground, it's yeah. So thank you so much, and yeah, it would be fascinating to have you here.
Yeah, I really hope like maybe next year I can be there physically and help you with the installation of the pavilion, and also obviously to see Augustus. And but yeah, that book was like also mentioned in the lots of meetings in the American Cybernetics Society, and they were also talking a lot about how like the agency of like trees and how can they perceive the world that we are seeing, and how when they can speak, what kind of stories they tell, and is that the story from like is that the same story that the humans will interpret them to tell, or that their own story? Because there's like empathy is like a two sides tool. Like on one hand, we can access other beings' livelihoods, but also it's still fundamentally subjective. So like we can never entirely see what like for example a tree is seeing, and so I guess it's like a recursive process. Like you go back and forth like between what you are thinking and what the tree is thinking, and it's like a loop, but also it's like a loop that goes up like a spiral. So yeah.
Okay, I had a question actually for you. If we're speaking about like this empathy mode and like what the trees are thinking, or like speculating from our side, let's try not to be anthropomorphizing the plants, but I'm curious, and this was one of the questions that we raised in the morning, is how the forest experiences a outdoor music festival, which kind of inhabits the forest for a while, but like not for long. So there's like intense music playing, around 5,000 people, and I think there are 4 big stages with loud music and smaller places across everywhere. So it seems definitely as a like major stressor, but also a very temporary one. So we have a botanical scientist around, and like she was like providing really interesting perspectives from like actual like botanical bioindicators that might pop up. But I'm wondering, maybe you have a comment on the aspect of phenomenology, like can you speculate about the experience that the forest has of the festival coming here? Definitely this is like a very speculative question, but yeah, something what I'm personally growing very curious about by just being here, and kind of like yeah, I'm trying to also sense and like really focus on the forest as a foreground, not the background of the festival, but the foreground. And like yeah, so maybe you have some comments on that.
Yeah, no, I guess so. I'm because I'm not the trees, I can't speak for the trees. But like based on my knowledge of the trees, I feel like, yeah, I agree that it might be a huge disturbance to most lives that rely on trees, like the bugs or the birds, and then they may not particularly enjoy the noise brought by the music festival. But also from human phenomenological point of view, like. Because this entire festival is creating this multi-sensory experience, like definitely not just sight, it's also hearing, also smell, also touch. So it's already creating this relationship with what's around us, like the trees, the air, the soil, but maybe in a more aggressive way. But also, because it's also it's aggressive in a way. It's not harmful, because I'm sure that there are measures from the festival that's not. I mean, the intention is not to harm the forest, and also it's temporary. So it's kind of meaning created. I feel like it's also meaningful, like because it's not just meaningless music. It's when people are engaged in these conversations and in this experience in general, they're already it's also life changing, and they're also creating a relationship with the trees and the other beings. And also on another note, because like in many cultures, like music, for example, is always related with the experience of nature. Because like in many like minority ethnic groups in China, like in the historic times, the songs they would sing, it's always about the mountains, the lakes, and the forests. And this like some lyrics will literally be translated into something like oh, the mountain, and it's like a girl, it's like it's a bit like an anthropomorphizing the mountain, but also creating this meaningful engagement with the natural background. So I feel like in a way this festival is like a modern adaptation of this kind of traditional and ancient relationship, because but also I feel like that's why this kind of talks also are meaningful, because not just loud music and dance and parties. There's also moments where people can contemplate and think about what they sort of going through this festival, and also create like a space for like meditation maybe, and also for contemplation and reflection. And I think on the counterpart for phenomenology is like the sort of the back the reaction, because you can't just only have the senses. It's like dumping to you. You also need to think about the senses, and also this kind of two parts are neither of them is should be left here.
Okay, yeah, it's fascinating, and I thank you for mentioning that we're actually providing meaning and contributing that to the environment. Obviously, this meaning, if we speak about like discourse, firstly circulates between humans, but then it turns into certain actions which are then therefore read by other beings, and even the music itself. I also perhaps you know about this research that shows that certain frequencies can actually stimulate plant growth as fertilizer, and it's interesting. Like, I would love to actually see a research done on like the effects of kind of like a techno electronic or like mixed music festival effects with a lot of bass on the wellness of the forest and how trees react, because these are also like symbols that the ecosystem reads, and for each plant it means that like slightly maybe different thing, but it's first of all a stressor, but maybe not necessarily. Maybe there's like not only stressors, maybe there are certain frequencies which are like something which the plant thrives for, and especially if we even speak about mosquitoes, for example. For them, all of these people here are like a feast, so they read this maybe as a like really hedonistic kind of experience, but then there's like music which should be like very powerful to them as like a danger signal. So it's kind of interesting how does that circulate, and especially like the for me, I was like fascinated about like this element of like frequencies and how the plants kind of might be interpreting
like you never know, because on one hand some species may really not like the noise, but some other species will really like the frequency. So it's like creating, it's also like it's almost the power of like a design projects. Like you're not intentionally doing anything, but the result would be like some trees they get to grow much more, but some other species get suppressed. So it's like intervention without intention.
Okay, so thank you so much, Anan, and I can show you once again what's going on around. Yes, hi from Augustus.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. So thank you, Anand, for providing this post-humanist perspective on our presence here by a semiotic approach, and definitely how like everything feeds into like actual architectural practice. Like we really have to boil down to action. And what I see across the world is that there's a lack of radical action. And I think what you're doing is like very meaningful, because you bring this theory and offer some really radical architectural experiments. So best wishes from Lithuania, and super hoping that in the future we can meet physically. So thank you, Anand.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So I think
Vienas, du. Girdisi? Girdisi ten mikrofonas.
Man čia reiks sėdėti?
Super.
Aš tą pasitrauksiu.
Normaliai?
Atsisėsiu patogiai.
Aš ateisiu gal čia kažkaip.
Čia be pat zonų, jeigu išeina.
Galim tiesiog lauką dėti, ne, tas kaip antrą, ar ne, kažkokį.
Tu kalbėsi, dar sakyti, norėjai dar antrą mikrofoną.
Nebūtinai galės pašūkti. Kas?
He's been following me with the camera, his bathing walk was amazing. And he hadn't been to the pavilion, so I took him here so that you get to know people.
Aš jau tai nežinau, kokį foną uždėti. Nesusigaudau, kuris jau būtų. Dabar yra tiesiog jos Viskas aišku yra? Dabar aš tiesiog foną uždėjau.
Jie tiesiog sukaleksinti, turėjo tiesiog.
Aš tiesiog uždėjus stadiją. Ai, šitie tai visi sukalapsinti, nes mes nenaudojame. Mes paspausiu 2 kartus atsidėti.
But it's changed, like there's no point to it.
Everything is changing.
Like there are like all of these things happening, but they are like something is like mixed and so we can't hear them.
Nežinau, sakiau. Jau. Pasiruoškim, kad nevėluotumėme į kamanių šilelį. Prisėskit, draugai.
O per teliką, Alex, rodo.
TV time. Kaip jaučiatės, ar pasiruošę? Tai galiu pradėti? Jo, nice. Tai labas visiems, mano vardas yra Alex ir tarp visų 100 dalykų, kuriais aš verčiuosi gyvenime, tai verčiuosi vertimu. O, blet, pala. No. Tai va, ir labai mėgstu iš tikrųjų tokius lingvistinius pseudobairius. Tai jo, tai čia bus tokia trumpa, aš pavadinau šitą formatą, norėjau išbandyti šitą formatą ir pavadinau jį Comedic Performative Lecture. Tai comedic dėl to, kad bus gal juokinga, man tai bus, nes aš labai mėgstu kalbą. Jeigu kažkas nemėgstat kalbos, tai galit išeit ir daugiau gyvenime nebekalbėt ir pažiūrėsim, kaip jūs nemėgstat kalbos. Performative dėl to, kad reikėjo kažkokio pseudo-arci žodžio, kad legitimizuočiau savo buvimą čia. O lecture tai dėl to, kad daugiausiai skaitysiu, nes žiauriai mažai miegojau ir nieko neatsimenu, ką aš tam pasirašiau. Tai va. Bet šiaip, iš tikrųjų, šitas formatas, galima jį pavadinti darbo parduotuvę. Dabar aš jums sakiau, kad aš versiu, ne? Tai dabar pabandykit išversti darbo parduotuvę. Darbas, kaip angliškai. Teisingai. Tai šičia, žodžiu, vyks dabar darbo parduotuvė. Kodėl? Dėl to, kad jum iš tikrųjų biški irgi reikės padirbėti ir bandyti mano šitus rebusus spręsti laiko einant. O parduotuvė, tai dėl to, kad jūs visi čia susimokėjot bilietus, kad atvarytumėte festą ir dabar jums tiesiog reikės dirbti, kas yra visiškai kapitalizmas savo viršukalniai. Savo viršukalniai, anyone? At its peak, teisingai. Taigi, iš tikrųjų, tai
šita, žodžiu, šita darbo parduotuvė turi tokią savo biščį kaip istorijos daroškę. Istorijos daroškė, anyone? Istorija? Story. Daroš storylinas, teisingai. Tai dabar šitas, aš jums tiesiog pabandžiau tokius visokius, žodžių junginius, supratot maždaug esmę, kaip čia reikės viską galvoti, ne? Bandžiau sudėti tokį pseudo naratyvą. Tai va, tai prieš porą mėnesių turėjau biškį šventų dienų, teisingai, ir nusprendžiau varyti į Warm Edges. Teisingai, wow, gerai, Anivaros, super. Teisingai, šilti kraštai, nusprendžiau varyti šiltus kraštus. Ir išsirinkau šalį, kuri yra tokia galimai uostas. Portugalija, teisingai. Ir nuvariau ten ir visi tokie gražus, pasipuošę, aš tokia pažemos, visa tokia biški kairinė, lieva. Ir galvojau, reikia ir man kažkaip pasipuošti. Tai užsidėjau ant nagų vinių lenko, nail polish, teisingai. Pasikvepinau esminę naftą, essential oil. Dėl to, kad, aš nesu tokia pagrindinė srovės čiksė. Taip, ir kitaip sakant, tokia atgal į pamatus. Biški, nusprendžiau, back to basics. Aišku, tie pamatai visur gali biški skirtis, tokie, belongs, how, where. Priklauso kaip kur. Bet, karožią, išėjau į miestą, einu, kitaip sakant, go. Jaučiu, ten jau tos šokėjas tą ir veikia, kad tik vaikšto. Ir tiesiog randu ant šoninio ėjimo, ant sidewalko, dėžutę, ant kurios parašyta saugumas dera. Safety matches. Galvoju, kas šitas saugumas ir prie ko jis čia dera, bet kažkaip priėmiau kaip ženklą ir galvoju, reikia man kažkaip pasirūpinti savo gerovę ir kad laikas pietų stabdžiams. Lunch break. Nuvarau į tokią walk-ininę, ten ne walkus dar, tiesiog buvo užeiga. Ir pamatau tokį kalių bičą. Tokį kalių ir kadangi aš vertėja ir kartais mąstau biškai kitom kalbom, galvoju, tipo, wow, that man really translates me out of the stem. Verčiama iš kotų. Toks tikrai, tipo, good frame. Geras kadras. Tai va, ir galvoju, čia dabar jau maturing a summer novel. Bręsta vasaros romanas. Reikia prieiti užkalbinti. Prieinu, sakau, healthy. Ir jis taip iškart pagauna mano tašką ir sako man gal, šienas. Galvoju, reikia dabar įmest kokį tokį ledo breiko šokėją. Ir sakau, aš tai verčiuosi vertimu, o ką tu darai? Ir jis sako, aš tai esu unliftable wealth agentas. Nekilnojamo turto agentas, taip. Galvoju, blemba, čia toks biškai man žaidimo keitėjas iš tikrųjų. Jo, dėl to, kad mano tokia non-country-ish nuomonė, nešališka nuomonė, čia jau yra šiaip žiauriai luoša. Luoša, jeigu ką angliškai yra lame ir jeigu ką, tai čia yra žiauriai non-PC ir taip daugiau niekada nesakykit. Tai va. Tai, žodžiu, sad papers yra su mano meilės gyvenimu, nes nepatiko jisai man daugiau. Bet galvoju, reikia vis tiek kažką išplakint iš šito pokalbio, kad nebūtų toks on a dog's tail viskas. Ačiū, Natai. Ir sakau, can you call me a cigarette? Pasuk man cizo. Tai nusifertilizinau, žodžiu, parūkyt. Ir sakau, no everything, I frog through my own roads. Visus savais keliais, taip. Išeinu iš šono, outside. Ir where wasn't, man prieš akis, tai sigaudo, where wasn't, kur buvę, kur nebuvę. Man prieš akis išstemina, išdyksta pėdų kamulio komanda. Taip, teisingai. Ir visi tokie, all kinds of hair. Taip. Ir where I will put myself. Kur aš dėsiuos? Pradedu aš juos sekt. Nes šiaip gyvenime won't spin, won't live. Nesusuksi, negyvensi. Gaudot kol kas, taip? Look you here for me. Žiūrėkit jūs man. Tai, žodžiu, tokios tokelės, such are the suchies. Ir šitam taškai iš tikrųjų norėčiau jum parodyti dar tokį vieną būdą galvoti tokius kalbinius rebusus, kurį visai neseniai sugalvojau, ir jis iš esmės toks grįstas yra antonimais, tai yra priešingas reikšmės žodžiais. Tai pavyzdžiui, viešoji įstaiga būtų privačioji išstaiga. Ir tokius visai fainai galvoti vieni kitiem ir bandyti atspėti, kas čia yra turimo omeny. Ypatingai šiaip ant kasiako gerai eina šitas žaidimas. Tai pavyzdžiui, pabandykim tokį paprastą, jūs turėsite atspėti. Atviroji, pabranginta atskirovė. Teisingai, uždaroji akcinė bendrovė. Nes ne ant akcijos, o pabranginta, taip. Gerai, kitas. Šitas biškis sudėtingesnis. Ką? Dar kartą? Atviroji, pabranginta atskirovė. Nice, turim. Gerai, kitas biškis sudėtingesnis. Suskaupkit. Išorinis erdvėdengis. Išorinis erdvėdengis. Kai tavęs, pavyzdžiui, paklausia, kiek valandų, ir tu visada pasakai taip stebėtinai, tiksliai net nepažiūrėsi mobą. Teisingai, vidinis laikrodis, išorinis erdvėdengis. Teisingai. Tada buvo dar irgi, kai šitą žaidimą sugalvojom, važiuoja mašina, čia Palangoj buvo prieš porą savaičių. Ir žiūriu, pamačiau tokią iškabą parašytą ir sakau draugui, dar vieną sugalvojau. Latvijos leidimas. Lietuvos draudimas. Teisingai. Gerai, dar tokį vieną. Šitas bus iš vis sudėtingas. Čia jau reikės tokių biški kelis stepsus padaryti, aš jums jeigu ką duosiu hintų. Bet kol kas sakau taip. Žemės, kėdė ir vakarienė. Ne. Jo, ne visai. Gerai, dabar žiūrėkit. Išsiverskit žemės, kėdė ir vakarienė į anglų kalbą. Arba tiesiog žemė, kėdė ir vakarienė. Earth, chair and dinner, ane? O dabar biš paprasčiau būtų Earth, C and D. Šiaip, Auguste, tu žinotum, kas yra Earth antonimas. Air, Tai dabar jeigu yra chair and dinner, bed and breakfast, Airbnb, teisingai. Gerai, this much already of that, tiek jau to. Dabar parodysiu tokį biškį dar kitokį, nes iš tikrųjų net ir lietuvių kalbos viduj galima labai juokingų visokių galvoti, tiesiog pagal, tai ypatingai tokiam festivalio settinge, yra visa serija linijų čia vyksta. Yra sidabrinė linija, yra vaikų linija, kas yra gan žiauru, yra jaunimo linija, yra vilties linija. Ir mano mėgstamiausias iš tikrųjų yra gelbėjimosi ratas. Kai yra žiauriai lievas vakarėlis ir tada atsiranda gelbėjimosi ratas. Tai va. Jo, ir dar kelis tokius sumėsiu. Čia šiaip bus trumpas labai šitas performances, nes čia kaip įsivaizduojat yra daug labai kontento sudėta. Tai šiaip toj pačioj lietuvių kalboje yra dar kitų žodžių, kurie iš tikrųjų šiaip lietuvių kalbos daryba yra gan žiauri. Pavyzdžiui, sumuštinis. Tai yra tiesiog sumuštas čiūvas. Taip, sumuštinis su mėlynėm. Yra next level sumuštinis. Kas yra mėlindantis? Bluetoothas, teisingai. Ir dar porą tokių, kurias labai mėgstu. Žinot, kas yra antrankiai? Kūdikiai. Nes ant rankų jos nešioju. ir dar, jo, čia tokį, pavyzdžiui, čiūvas, kuris visur braunasi. Yra braunis. Tai va, iš tikrųjų, tai gal net ir viskas, nes aš čia sudėjau labai visko daug. Šiaip tai jūs, kurie vėliau atėjot, praleidot visą istorijos daroškę, bet ką padarysim. Galėsim daugiau pažaisti iš tikrųjų šitų žaidimų. Tai va. Ir dar norėjau du dalykus pasakyti. Pirmas, norėjau bišį pakreditinti savo dvi draugės, Augustą Vickūnaitę ir Kamilę Dambrauskaitę, nes mes šitus žaidimus žaidžiam kartu ir kai kuriuos iš tų jos sugalvojo. Ir dar norėjau pasakyti Slava Ukraini. Ačiū. Pala. O gal jūs kažkokių sugalvojot beje sėdėdami? Tai gerai, pažaisim vėliau. Ačiū. Ką? Nice.
Alex, mes galim čia pakabinti open mic.
Davai.
Jo, palaikymu. Dabar pasakyti, gal bus workshopas dviračio detalių, jūs tas nėra? Čia. Čia. Su lagaminu, reikia pasakyti, kur įdėti. Taip, čia bus workshopas.
Taip. Čia kaip išmokom tą žodį, workshopas bus... Galima bus pasigaminti tokius visokius pakabukus iš dviračio detalių, kurie jau nebevažiuoja ir antrą gyvenimą gyvens. Ne, reikės prieš tai susirasti dviratį, susimedžioti miške.
Palapiniai ir dabar bus, ne? Dabar. 8. Žodžiu, čia visur bus tas workshopas. Ir čia kabo open mic'as bairiams, jei kažkas sugalvosit. Aš tada paleisiu muzoną per metus. Arba...
Vienas, du.
Bet tada kaip paskubėti.
Labai keista girdėti save. Ačiū, Alex, už pasirodymą. Aš tik tais norėjau pasakyti, kad aš visą laiką teigiau ir teiksiu likusi savo gyvenimą, kad žodis kaimynas yra neteisingas žodis, nes priesaga in simbolizuoja kažkokią vietą, ertmę. Tai pavyzdžiui, krūmynas reiškia, kad yra daug kaimų. Miškynas reiškia daug miškų. Pušynas, daug pušų. Tai mano manimo žodis kaimynas yra neteisingas žodis. Mes neteisingai vartojame. Labiau reikėtų, kaimynas galbūt reiškia daug kaimų. Tai jeigu tu esi mano kaimynas, reiškia, kad tu esi mano daug kaimų. Aš rekomenduoju pakeisti žodį kaimynas su žodžiu bendra kaimis. Tai būkime, kalbėkime taisyklingai.
Atrodo kaip pretty boy.
Grosite? Tavo tas čia mikščiukas naujas, ar ne, kur?
Ne, žinau, tiesiog paleistas.
Bet čia tavo mikščiukas. Jis viską per Bluetooth daro? Eina šiek tiek. Gal ugnies turite, atsiprašau?
Čia yra mažiausias, wow, nebėra. O, nebėra. Čia yra DJ kontrolierius. Mažiausias DJ kontrolierius. Yo, welcome.
Grzecznie do szkoły iść chciał. Bilet sprzedał, za rogiem mu dział i jedną gratis uczciwie mu dał. Hela kochasz LSD, a zabawa po nocach się śni. LSD, Hela kocha i kamień. Cały towar niesprawiedliwości.
Kad būtų tipo, kad matytum normaliai visą. Pabandyk ką vaikščioti. Žinai kaip, drama. Jeigu biški, tai va ir dabar pabandyk pavaikščioti. Nes atneša žmonės aparatūros daugiau ir jie nuo 10 nori groti. Mes kažkaip jau derinom, kad gal galim funkcionuoti. Gerai, bet ai, tai čia tik geriau. Geriau, nu, čia jau tas raitas dalykas, kad
Tylko się skończyła Republika.
Geras, truputėlį aberuoja, ne? Laužia šviesą. Jo, tai tarsi apžiūrė. Kaip bravo, nežinai. Nu, dar biškai jau kiek ilgai galima su jais būti, iki kol apsivemsi?
Jeigu jinai klauso, bet jinai pasirinka, nežinau, per Žinau, jisai sakė, kad kažką reikia primaityti, jum papasakoti, bet aš pastovėsiu, jinai veiks, pasitrauksiu, jinai sėdės.
Buvo ta, ką aš matau.
Bet padarom šitą, ne, kol kas alkoholio.
Labai gerai.
Tai kai tik aš vis praeisiu, gal dar ateisiu, pažiūrės dar kartą. Gerai, bet dabar
kai nusimsi, dar po to liks after effectas.
Po porą dienų smegenys šiek tiek susitaiko, bando adaptuotis, gal atėmės asmenys.
Esu girdėjęs, kad yra
valgymai,
jo, kad akis susitaiko.
Kaip lipinate viršum kojom?
Jeigu lipinė akis, aukštyn, kažkiek laiko tavo akis prieš krantą ir automatiškai lipina kažkaip galvoja.
Atgal taip pat?
Jo. Gerai, aš jau galiu vaikščioti.
Galima pagauti.
Augustai,
pasižymėjau.
Aš?
Mes su Vigla grautume kartu duetai. Da, jaučiu tikrai, kad lipinė. Tai dar nėra. Gali normaliai nugarą laikyti maudą. Čia Eurovizijos balsavimas.
Taip, čia ir skrolint gali.
Jo, gerai.
Iškeltą galvą. Šitie vadinasi lazy glasses. Tam tokiam galėjimui.
Kiek yra tokių akinių? Galėtume gaudynių pažaisti.
Daryk pauzę.
Ne. Galim pasimėti. Reikia pamėginti.
Да?
Ačiū.
Tau reikėtų išlaikyti.
Ai, normaliai.
Tuoj, žinai, kikins.
Dar gali pasukinėti galvą. Labai faniai RGB yra.
Yra mažai.
Aš jaučiuosi kaip žaidime.